3-point rule is in effect. 3-point kitchen rule. Michael Thorne to break the balls first. Good starter. Makes the wing ball. Little bit unfortunate with how the cue ball got kissed. And already facing a difficult opening shot. Can maybe roll behind the 8. Or stun the cue ball behind the 4. Now the 3-point rule. 3-point kitchen rule. Every ball you make, it takes 1 point off the 3 points. So in this case he made 1 ball. And he had at least 2 balls crossing the kitchen line. That makes 3 points. Well, aggressive from the beginning. What a shot he's played right there. What a starter. Yeah, it did fall completely straight, so we'll have to do with longer distance on the 4. Well, so far so good. Played with fire there to possibly land behind the 7. So big draw coming up. Has to get to the top short rail. And then the first miss. Does he come up with any luck? This might not go to the top right. This might be okay. Yeah, probably the only shot he really could have played. Keeps the heat on Thorne from the beginning, playing safe. Oh, nice shot there. Doesn't want the 7 to go. Yeah, good cue ball. Took a big risk there. Could have played 1-2 other options. But it wouldn't be as pressuring as this kind of save. 5 ball wide in the open. Not easy to get this save. Oh, a new chance. Starts off with a carom. That 7 ball just barely dropping. And already a bit on the rail. A bit straighter. So we'll have to put a nice follow through on there to move the cue ball. And now top left spin. Yeah. I mean, maybe some early nerves. Not everybody is so used to playing in this kind of environment. Kasper, obviously, he's done really well in the European Championships. Similar arena, similar setup, so he must be way more comfortable. So the opening rack going to Kasper. Thorn does have another break to come. The best thing he can do from the beginning is to tie the score at 1 each. Yeah, legal break does get another shot on the 1, so you have to say overall the break has been good for Thorn. He just didn't capitalize on it in the opening rack. Can he still cut this in with a little bit of left? No, he's drawing his way out of trouble. Oh, again, nicely done. You tend to hit the ball a bit firmer with the draw to make sure you don't actually scratch, to make sure it stays on the ball. And that's where, in this case, he still felt the table speed nicely. Yeah, like I said, he plays quite speedy. It looks to be quite comfortable from the beginning. It's just the shape landing a bit different than he would have wanted here and there. This is an in-betweener. It's either soft or more pace to the right side of the 9. Yeah, nice and straight on the 7. Just past the 50-yard line. And just like that, he's watching the cue ball a bit, but that won't go down. Michael Thorn tying the score, leveling the score at 1 with a break and run. And that means we are going to see Stefan Kasper come up with his next 2 breaks. Could already make a difference in this match. As you can see, my name is Tim de Ruiter. I will be bringing you all the live action from the hotel Alpina Alpendorf in Austria, Sankt Johann in Pongau. Yeah, this is a 1-loss side, as Salvador Garcia Fernandez from Spain beat Stefan Kasper 9-8 earlier on in the tournament. For the people that wondered, how is Stefan Kasper in the 1-loss side? Well, And as you can see, one ball in, but only one ball getting past the line, the kitchen line, the line on the top side of the table. So that means it's an illegal break. And Thorn gets the option from that position to either play himself or to give it back. No push out allowed. Casper going airborne is just a piece of the two. But I fear he's not gonna get on the 2 ball. Yeah, the jump cue was very tough on the second, in case people were wondering why didn't he go for the jump. It really had to land on the 2, so decided to kick the 2 ball up table and stayed in the open. And again, he's hit that well. Okay, maybe a bit too firm to get on the rail first, but it's got a quite natural angle to move the cue ball. Oh, what did he play there? Why did he try to get to the left side of the 5? That I wonder. Could have played with top spin straight out to the middle of the table. Yeah, nice return from Casper. Michael with a little bit of luck, but we're gonna have to see him kick in. Probably a similar shot, top right spin. Try to kick the 4 ball under the 9. No. Oh, that did cut. Of course, he has the best angle in the house. But he's put himself super tough on this 5. Not easy to make this. And to still be on the 7. As you can see, the cue ball is on the rail. So we'll either have to play jacked up or with topspin, but that means the cue ball will run away from the 7. Yeah, he was trying to travel the cue ball a lot and, well, right on the platter. Just got a crossover from the 5 to the 7. I don't think he can hold this. Yeah, that means Casper managing to win a rack on his own break, but things haven't been coming along too easy. So 2-1, Casper. Yeah, we do still have 3 days of play coming from this beautiful location in Sankt Johann and Pongau. If you're interested in the brackets, make sure to visit EPBF.com. Actually, all the details are on there. Yeah, we will have 5 streamed matches today on Pro Billiard TV. This is one of them. And the first legal break for Casper does have a bigger angle on this one, so we'll have to drop this in very softly to still have at least something on the 2, unless he's going multiple rails. Yeah, back to the middle of the table. Leave yourself angle on the 4, get to the short side of the 5. That's the main in this. Is he going to stop the cue ball for the 7 in the middle? Or is he... Yeah, that's what he did. Did he leave himself at least some angle? Yeah, it's okay to follow forward to the center of the table. That's where in 9-ball, if you can find the center of the table often, you're most likely to run out very often. I mean, the only shot that comes up where the center of the table is not ideal is probably the 9. Would be more of a cut every time. So this to win 2 out of 2 on his own break. Michael Thorne did start off nicely till he needed 2 innings in the first, but then missed the 4-ball in the second. And now starting to be in early trouble. On the other table, good matchup between Lena Primus and Pia Filler. This is the break I like to see. Nice, the 1 and the 4 in the corner, or not sure if it was the 4, but a wing ball and the 1 in the middle. The 1 and the 2. Cue ball near the center of the table, increasing chances to get shape. And, well, look at this. Just to get from the 4 to the 5. Well, 5 to the 6 needs some effort too. But at least those are in the open. The 4 to the 5 is a bit more precise on the positioning. And has he given himself probably enough to go just forward to play the 5 in the bottom left? I think it's too sensitive to stun it over, but looks like he's stunning this. Yeah, besides that base into the middle, it's also, you're guessing the speed a little bit more crossing the positional area to the left. So I kind of like to drop that in and play the 5 in the bottom left. And that means another gift for Casper. Now tap this in and he's on the 5 to the same corner. As I said, a little bit of traveling still from the 5 to the 6, but 7, 8, 9 should be, well, should be alright, should be all good as long as he can get back to the center of the table, which he did land on the rail, so he won't be too happy necessarily. Yeah, it did land. Very awkward on this. Nothing impossible, just doesn't want to get behind the 9. And he played some inside spin. And that checked the cue ball off the second rail behind the 9. It's funny, as I said, 7, 8, 9 should be fine. Was all quite alright to connect the dots. He's gonna try and kick this in. Any luck? Any luck? Oh no. Well, honestly, the shape to the middle is not that bad either. What a way to win this rack. 4-1 coming up with a monster fluke. Yeah, so already a big difference has been made. Trying to stay alive in this Predator Austria Open. Again, legal break. He has been breaking well. Don't think he did get on the 2-ball though. Yeah, I tried to flick it over with a lot of outside spin. Yeah, super tough. Difficult shot. Could have maybe played a safety behind the 3-ball, stopping the cue ball behind the 3. Yeah, make this 2, get 2 rails back to the center of the table. Then depending on how you get on the 4, you could play for the 5 in the top right. Oh, I'm surprised he's let the cue ball go like that. Yeah, good return. Look at this. Tap on the table from Thorn. He knows he's in trouble. Yeah, could go around the 7, hit this firm, straighten the angle up a little bit. No, he's decided to play that with left spin to change the outgoing angle. Yeah, 2-ball a bit closer to the rail, as you can see, than the 4, so we'll have to cut the combination a little bit. Good news is that a 1-ball, or the 2-ball, excuse me, the 2-ball does go to the bottom left if he plays this with a bit more pace. Yeah, that 2-ball didn't move over enough, did catch the combination thicker. Yeah, he's running out of shape here and there, Casper. His defense looking good though. Not taking any risk. It's just all business. He knows this is a one-loss side match. Oh, he had 2 chances there to hit it. It's a one-loss side match, and if he starts to joke around a little bit and not take things seriously, your opponent most likely is going to play better. And, well, you never know what happens. You might start to struggle and you might lose at some point. So it's gonna not do too many fancy shots. Oh, yeah, then again, why try to find the gap between the 8 and the 9? And then it doesn't come along easy, but Casper 5-1 up, and he's starting to run with the match. You can see also the way he plays, he's more comfortable on the longer shots. And he does have 2 breaks coming up. Now on the other table, a tight match between Lena Primus and Pia Filler. 2 each. They're not playing a race to 9. They're only playing a race to 7. Now, Casper to break the balls again. Did struggle one of the 2 breaks, previous break. But yeah, look at this. 3 balls. Nice cue ball straight in on the 2. Does the 3 ball go by the 8? I think that's his his biggest worry. And something tells me that this 3-ball does go by. So short side again. No. Found the window between the 7 and the 9 nicely. So back to the center of the table. Yeah, like I said, he's gonna get more comfortable too. Mainly because Thorn actually felt like he started quite comfortable to this match. But the wheel's coming off quite early. And it's not easy to play these champion players, you know, these high quality players. Just makes the people realize that 1 or 2 mistakes and they barely have any chance. So it's all about hope. People lose hope playing these quality players. Yeah, now 6-1 Casper, and I mean, this match is flying by. Excellent breaker run. It's looking to put another one on the board. Especially if you start to break the balls like he just did. That's where you can really start to go. Stefan Casper is ready to take off. Yeah, this time he doesn't seem too worried, so that means the 2-ball is on. Is he again playing? Oh, he even had the natural angle to go to the short side. Oh, then look at this. Get straight on the 4. You tap the 5-ball in. You have angle on the 6 to the bottom left. Things just coming along very nicely. Not too much safety play either. Yeah, did need to give himself a little bit of an angle. Got himself straighter on the 6-ball. Could choose to draw into the short rail and back out to the middle of the table if he wants to be off the rail. Could also just... Oh, it looks like he's drawing. Yeah, and if a player starts to do that, that means they're getting comfortable. And so that means Thorn is looking to be in big trouble. Yeah, that makes 7-1. 2 breaking runs in a row. This looks more like it. Yeah, and then imagine how much pressure is there on Thorn's break. Does have 2 more breaks, but he needs quite some mistakes now from Casper to be able to make it. Well, imagine if you can even make it 7-5, it feels like a match. Yeah, again, okay, maybe the cue ball overran a bit far, but he's made plenty of balls. Good solid hit. Wouldn't be too disappointed. So roller behind the 2. No, he did go aggressive for the bank. Then I must say, the leave in the end, quite alright. But I was thinking maybe a roll up behind the 2. Yeah, probably will have to play the 1 ball thin. No, he's going aggressive. I was going to say bring the cue ball behind the 7. Goes aggressive. Oh, this 1 ball could get close. He won't have shape on the 2 if it drops. But of course, he does have another chance with the jump cue. No, no jump cue. Now, come on, Michael Thorn. Run this rack. Another good break. Put yourself 7-3 and hope for 1 or 2 mistakes from Casper. Could be 7-5. Try to get some kind of pressure on the guy. Well, he did use the force. For a second, he believed in that cue ball going down. Awkward cueing now, though. So it does complete the win on his first break. Like I said, the only thing you can go for is like tell yourself, hey, don't look at 7 each or 8 each, you know, just look at, hey, maybe I can get this 7-3, 7-5. Oh, yeah, just slightly thick. And now a ball in hand for Casper to put himself on the hill. Does it look like we have any issues on the table? Bit of traveling, but don't think anything too dangerous. We'll have to cross over from the 4 to the 6. Some traveling, but then if he can pop out of the rail from the 6 to the 7, should be back on track. Well, something had to go wrong. He did finish straight on the 6, and that's why I said on the positional side, he has been lacking a little bit here and there on this match. Might have been the same way in his match he lost to Salvador Garcia. Just looking for a reason why Casper could have lost in that match, besides his opponent, of course, but played a good 6-ball there. Again, close to the 7, so he's back on track. Can play 2 rails for the 8 in the top right. Running towards the 8-ball. And by doing so, he's going to put himself on the hill. Maybe the first couple racks, they were not the prettiest. But he has really stepped it up. He had a couple breaker runs on his own. Does now have 2 breaks and only needs 1 of the 2 to close out the match and put himself in the 3rd one-loss side match. As you can see, our next match will be at 12 local time. Looking forward to a lot more action. Konrad Deshishin and Felix Vogel. Twerdik, unknown player for me, but he'll be up against the Austrian Mario He. And Petselje against FSR. Great matches to come. Make sure to stay tuned on Pro Billiard TV. For now, we might see him take this 2-8 combination on. It looks quite straight. As in, he's lined up straight. If he shoots the 2 ball straight forward, has a chance to make the 8 in the corner. It's just indeed the 5 ball he's looking at. Slightly tricky. Mostly blocked by the 6. Yeah, still some navigating to do. Could also play himself to the top side of the 5 to play in the bottom left. Different option. Just needs to give himself angle on this 4. Now, what did he give himself? Can he play low left into the top short rail to get to the short side? Or does he still go forward, top right spin? But has to get absolutely straight on the 5 ball. Very close to the long rail. Does he get there? How is the speed? Is the cue ball to stop? Ooh. This is close. And that means he's now 2 balls away from 1 step closer to the last 32. And down goes the 9. So it is Stefan Kasper beating Michael Thorne 9-2. Unfortunately for Michael, that will be his last match played in Sankt Johann in Pongau, Austria. As I said, we do have 4 more matches to come today, so make sure to stay tuned at Pro Billiard TV. This has been Tim de Ruiter, and our next match will be in 40 minutes at 12 o'clock local time. Here's the schedule. For now, goodbye, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Germany's Felix Vogel, very much the player in form at the moment. Game is 9-ball. It's a race to 9. Alternate break after 2 racks, so each player gets to break twice in a row. There you see Conrad winning the lag, so he's setting the balls up himself. It's a tapped rack. There's no template or triangle, so it's a tap table. 3-point rule is in use. The 9 is racked on the spot. I'm Mark White, flying solo for this one. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. Here we go. The very talented left-hander breaking off in rack number 1 in this race to 9. 1 ball down. Unfortunately, he only made 2 points, though, out of the 3 needed. 6-ball failing to get across the kitchen line, so just the 1 point, 2 points in total. And a nice starter for Felix here on the blue 2. Well, I say nice. It's got scratch written all over it, actually, hasn't it? I thought it was cuttable, but I don't think it is. Very awkward this as well, even to play a safety from. No wonder he's taking most of the 60 seconds that you get after the break to make up his mind. And of course, because the break was illegal, he's allowed to put him back in. Conrad playing with a very colourful orange butt. Well, he's worked out a good shot here. I think that's worth a tap on the table, and indeed it gets one. Felix not 19 until December. Just won his first major, as I'm sure you all already know. Yeah, well worth another look. Great contact on the 2-ball, and he's left distance, but this is a chance for Conrad to come 2 rails and give himself a shot at the 3. He's played that nicely. And now has options, can come up the left-hand side of the table, which is a little bit safer, but not quite as easy to do. We can draw in and out of the corner with low right and swing the cue ball round 2, maybe 3 rails even, and play the 4 into the top left. He's certainly got a hold of that. He's got a hold of it too much. I must admit, I'm very surprised he's played it so hard, to be honest. I didn't think he had to catch the last rail. Boy, this is a super tough jump as well. It always is. Well, he done well there. But of course, be very disappointed that he didn't finish on the 4-ball. Never an easy jump, that, when the ball you're trying to jump is much further away. But he's left this. This is on. Oh, such control. Plays the game so simply, really. But the reason it's all so simple is because, oh, that's how he makes it look. Didn't try to get too flash there. Just settled for short side. And now he's in perfect position to take this opening rack. Now would love to come to the right. Won't bother with a combo. Doesn't seem to have too much angle. Kind of like a stun draw, like a dirty stun draw type shot. Oh, he's overdone it. He's overdone it. Well, this is jumpable, but just like Conrad's jump, this I would say is even a bit more difficult because he's so close to the 9. He's got to get it right back down very, very quick. He's got to land right on the back of this 7 ball. But we know how good he is with a short stick. We know how good he is at everything. Well, made the 7, but unfortunately caught the 9 first. So the simplest of 8 and 9s. He was just a fraction off there, wasn't he? Conrad with the opener then. 1 rack to 0. So a positional error by both players in that rack. Conrad when he overran position to the 4, and Felix when he overran position to the 7. And that's a much better break this time from Conrad. Didn't look happy about something. I'm not sure what it was. Really surprised this guy hasn't won more, you know. Such a talented player. He has won the 9 and 10 ball European Championships. He's also Puerto Rico Open champion in 2023, remember. And he has won a EuroTour as well in Treviso in Italy. I'm sure he'll win more in his career. He's from that great nation, Poland. Well, it's Poland, but I like to call it Poolland. And he'll be disgusted with that shot, as his face tells you. Well, if names were allowed in Scrabble, Conrad's surname would surely get maximum points on a Scrabble board. One of the first names I learned how to pronounce, actually. Told me to just rhyme it with musician and you'll be okay. Just put the U in front. Conrad, musician. Seems to have a pretty low tip on his cue. I bet it's one he's had on there for a little while and he's just so used to it and he loves the feel of it so much he doesn't want to change it. Maybe he'll change it after this tournament, but it looks just a little bit worn. Had no angle to work with there, so was trying to force an angle. So a hiccup from Felix in the opening rack and a mistake in the second from Conrad, missing that 4-ball. Means we're all square at one each. This was the 4-ball, just never cut it enough. Never easy when you're so close to the ball that you're trying to make. So Conrad has had 2 of his breaks. I spot a panda, I think, over on table number 2. Three tables being streamed for you guys, just to run through the games. Twerdick against He on table 2. And on table 3, there's a pretty good matchup as well. Alexa Pichel is up against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. 3 tables for you for the whole event. Back to table 1. Felix, the Birdman, not exactly off to a flyer, but he's starting to spread his wings. Well, is he thinking of just dropping this in? No, he's not. He's going to leave a little tempter. I always find these push-outs fascinating because Felix thought long and hard about where to play that push-out. He's obviously got something in mind here. Oh, look at this for a shot. Look at this for a shot. Oh, he's unlucky if there's a window there. And there could well be, you know, this 2 could be on. Got so close to a perfect hit there. I just wonder. Is he bending it or jumping over the edge of it? Well, that's a terrific shot. And look at the position on the 3 ball. Oh, Conrad. Not so much musician, more of a magician. Brilliant. I'm not sure the 6 passes the 7, so he may be playing into the side here. Overdone it slightly. He's got it to the top left. I think this is going to be a real test for Felix. I don't remember seeing Conrad in the previous event. I don't think he played in it. But that's the shot of the match so far, without a doubt. Well worth another look, and especially the positional side of it. Absolutely fantastic, and it led to this run out. So in the first rack, attempted to jump on the 4 when he missed his position. Didn't have success that time, but certainly did on the 3 in that rack. He leads 2-1. Felix with one more rack to come. Ball down, 2 across the head string. He's good. Almost made the 5 as well. Two balls down, actually. Seven and the 4 are missing. It's good to see, I mentioned it yesterday, I believe, good to see Felix not hesitating to pick up the bridge when he needs it. I'd like to see his elbow a little bit more parallel to the table, to be honest. But I do like his pre-shot routine, and I do like the fact as well that when he's not happy, he's not afraid to get up and get down again. It's hanging on. Very deep. Will we see a big draw here? No, he's maybe going rail first. Yeah, this is going to be all square at 2-2. It will go back to Conrad for 2 breaks. What a breath of fresh air this young man has brought to the sport of pool. Now, I didn't know this until today, but Conrad's nickname is Kinder. Whether that's because he's full of surprises, I don't know. So, Conrad Kinder musician breaking off. We're playing with round eggs, not oval shaped. Good break, 2 balls down. Shot on the 2 ball. 3 ball does pass the 7. So it's an opportunity for Conrad to jump back into the lead again. Yeah, probably play this to the corner. Leads him nicely to the 5. Both players with early mistakes, but seem to have found some rhythm now. We're in for a thrilling match here, I think. Race to 9. Yeah, nice break and run from the pole. And indeed is in pole position. Daniel Maciel in action at the moment. Another great Polish player, a left-hander as well. He's 2-1 down to Greece's Dimitris Lukatos. Oliver Zolnoki is going well at 4-1 over Yaroslav Polak. Petri Makanen 2-0 up on Mateusz Śnigoki. Quintin Ponga's brother, of course, of Yannick. And it's Quintin 3-1 down in that one against Radoslav Babica. And his daughter's playing as well at the moment, actually. She's 3-2 up on Emis Kurachia. All these latest scores, guys, and schedule, all stuff like that available on EPBF.com. That's the European Pocket Billiards Federation. Take a look. Now he's trying to find the gap here for the 2, and that looks to be absolutely spot on. Can go 2 rails here now. Go between, or leave himself roughly where he is now, kind of position. Well, looking to finish just a little bit lower on it. Give himself an angle to get to the purple 4. And I think he's undecided about how he wants to play the positional shot here. Yeah, and that's a much bigger angle than he would have wanted. Well, he's missed absolutely everything on the table there, including the 4. Equipment all over the floor. Oh, he did hit the 9, actually. I didn't see that first time round. Seven in a slightly awkward position. He'll be okay though. Once the cue ball just off the rail, kind of a few inches, 2 or 3 inches off the rail would be nice. Oh, I didn't want to be dead straight on it. Could possibly leave himself cueing in between the jaws of the side pocket to make the 9 ball unmissable. He's okay. So this to go level once again. Oh, Felix. I think that's the first really bad shot I've seen him play since I can't remember when. Seemed to stab at it a little bit quick maybe on the stroke. Digging down, was he slightly as well? Maybe pushed the cue ball offline. He's been mighty fortunate though to leave the 9 ball where it is. Conrad will try and cut this down the rail. And it's not there, and it's going to be a leave. Oh, this is more difficult than the 9 he's just missed. We can't see 3 misses on a 9, surely, from these pros. No, safely in. So both squandering chances, but it's the young German that wins it and levels it up once again. Nice bank from Conrad there, which unfortunately ended up hooked on, and that was that 9 ball. Can't believe it. I'm sure that one will be replayed in years to come, up there with the top misses on the 9 ball. That's a good picture, isn't it? Look, you can see that he doesn't bite his nails. Good boy. Well, may have the gap as well for the 2 ball. Well, it does go. Just looking to see if he can play it off the 6 ball, which will help the potting of it, because I'm not sure he's got all of the 2 ball, to be honest. He may not have the cutting angle, but if he's got enough of it to hit about 2 inches or 3 inches up the left-hand side rail, he can make it off the 6. Oh, decided that he couldn't. Now then, has the 8 ball come to his rescue? I don't think so. Or is he kicking 2 rails at it? Yes, he is. Yeah, wasn't trying to hit it on the way through. He's trying to come in behind it. That's a mistake from Conrad. Slightly too high up the rail there. Well, I remember being Felix's age. All I wanted to do was be on a snooker table. I didn't want to do anything else. Didn't have eyes for anything else. My story's a little bit similar, really. I started out as a footballer, and when I was 14 years old, I actually had trials for a football team called Millwall. Maybe you've heard of them. And I went training with them, but because of where I lived nearer to Southend, so I ended up training with Southend United for a summer, but never made the grade. Went back to snooker and never made the grade at that either. This young man had to give up because of injury in soccer. Oh, that's run on quite a bit, hasn't it? He's going to have to go into the 9-ball here and trust to luck to a certain extent. He'll be trying to push it over the top left-hand corner. Well, or even the right-hand corner. Look at that. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, nicely done from Felix, and has another one to come. Nice break and run. Overran the position on this 8-ball, but played a beautiful carom into the 9. And now with a chance to open up a 2-rack lead. We've not seen that yet. Once again, 2 balls down. And look at this. Well, from his face, maybe he's not on this 2-ball. It looked from the overhead as if he was. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, he's looking as if he is on it. And does he have a 3-9 combo to follow it? No, just safety. Yeah, didn't want the 2-ball anywhere near that side pocket. This is jumpable for Conrad. Well, had to use the dart method. Well, the question is, does it slide past the 6-ball? And with left-hand spin. Oh, terrific shot. Doesn't want to be straight. I think he has an angle to draw down for the 6 into the side. If he does overrun it, you can play it into the top right-hand corner. Proudly wearing the German t-shirt. And arguably, Germany have the 2 most informed players of the moment. Joshua Filler, who played extremely well yesterday, put on a clinic. And this young man at the table, very much in form, having won the last event and his first ever big title. And we kind of look at him now and just, you know, see him as, well, right up there as a favourite, really. He's mixing it with the best. Had a good win, if you remember, against Carlo Biardo, 9-2 in Florida. He also finished runner-up in the Tallinn Open in Estonia. Would love to add a Euro Tour title. Overran this slightly. Yeah, there is that 2-rack lead. Good jump from Conrad, but unfortunately didn't have a shot on the 3. Felix said, and Dankeschön. So 2 breaks for Conrad to come. First one successful. Has a good look at the 2 ball here. 1 ball flying straight in the side. 3 ball in the corner. 2 balls past the head string. Oh, just catching the 4 ball there. Conrad giving a stare to somebody in the crowd there. Yeah, he had to hit the cue ball so hard there. Lost a bit of accuracy, didn't he? He did finish plumb on the 5, but he missed the plum-coloured 4. Well, is he attacking? I think he is. Nowhere near. Well, it's kind of one of those you'd say you've got to have a go at, but he didn't get anywhere near it. Could have played a safety, but that's not Felix's style, is it? Finland's Arseni Sebastianov is in action against Christian Merva. And it's the Finn who's taken the opening 2 racks there. Daniel Guttenberger in action against fellow Austrian Albin Ocean. And it's Daniel that's taken a 3-1 lead against Albin. David Al-Qaidi, good to see him playing a Euro Tour as well. But he's 2-0 down to Denis Lazowski. Mario He going along very nicely, 6-2 up over Twadik. And Conrad Juzishin here on table 1, about to go within 1 rack of Felix, 5-4 down. And he'll have 1 more break to come. Nice finish there after that miss from Felix. Plenty more action coming today, guys. 2 o'clock will be the next round. Local time. That's in about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Oh, has the 5 ball dropped? I think it may have done. Getting kicked twice. Did it make it? There it goes. Plop. In it drops. Unfortunately, nothing on the 1 ball though, so just a push out. I think he was trying to make that 8 ball. It's made the cueing a little bit awkward here on the 1. Just the safety. Side to side. Well, I think there's a gap there between the 6 and the 9. Can flick off the right hand edge. Be underneath as we look of the 1 ball. Oh, that's dreadfully unlucky. Unfortunate to clip the 9 in such a way that made him lose the cue ball. Can just drop this in, 4 into the side ball, nothing to do with the cue ball. Oh, played it a little bit stronger. It's got nicely on this into the corner. Now a nice little draw. Just watch the smooth action, guys. Moves the cue ball around with ease. Can more or less stop the cue ball here on the 6. And now a bit of low left. About 7 on the clock face. Oh, just kind of dragged it in, didn't he? So this 9 ball to restore the 2 rack lead. 6-4 it is. Conrad with 2 of his own breaks to come. I think he may have just stepped out the arena for a timeout there, guys. So I'm going to do the same, and we'll be back with rack 11 as soon as Conrad arrives back in the arena. What a great lineup coming for you next, guys. As you can see, Victor Fortunski up against the great Joshua Filler on this table. That's coming next at 2 p.m. As you can see, Alex Kazakis up against Victor Zelensky, another great match. And also Roberto Bartol up against Juan Carlos Exposito. I always want to dance when I read that name, Exposito. So just day 2 here of 4 days of action coming up for you. Conrad just stepped out of the arena briefly. Let's see what's going on around the arena score-wise. Well, Oliver Snonoki, 5-3 up against Yaroslav Polach. Well, we have Conrad back, and now we've lost Felix Vogel. Carry on with these scores. Sanchez Ruiz in a real battle against Alexa Pachel. Alexa played pretty well. I think he got to the quarterfinals here, didn't he? In the Predator Pro Billiard Series event, the Billard Beckman Men's Open. And he's 5-5 with Sanchez Ruiz at the moment. Mieszko Fortunski, brother, of course, the older brother. 5-4 down to Mika van Berkel. Mateusz Nikoki, 5-4 down to Petri Makinen. Quentin Pongas, 6-3 down to Radislav Bobica. And in the women's, Julian Willards has lost 7-4 to the Netherlands' Jolien Sherman. Julia Babica is on the hill, 6-3 against MS Kularica. Let me see, got both our players back now. So 2 breaks to come from Felix Vogel. Is it just me, or does Felix have rather large hands? keeping hydrated in this weather. I know it's actually hotter in the UK than it is in Thailand today, 34 degrees. And in Austria, it's 30, so it's pretty warm. Saw Albing in an interview earlier with Luke Riches talking about the humidity, and the table was playing just a little bit awkward because of the weather. Lots of humidity inside. So it does make the cloth and the rubber react differently. But look at this for a break. Absolutely perfect on this 3-ball angle to go to the 4. 5, well, might have to play a 5-6 combo. I think he'd like that one again. Seemed to take that a little bit casually. Still all right, though. Still has a slight angle on it to bounce. Or maybe he doesn't. He's got to draw all the way back. So, yeah, finish straight on that. So there's distance to the 5. Not much distance from the 5 to the 6, but the 6, it's got to travel a bit to the pocket as well. So not straightforward, this combo. It's missable. Well, played beautifully again. And this is for a 3-rack lead. We did see Daniel Guttenberger come back from 7-4 down yesterday against Torsten Holman. Oh, where's he gone with a cue ball here? Read his lips. Extension. Well, we've seen these missed. Tyler Steyer in the Mosconi Cup last year missed a similar one. Maybe slightly more to the left with the cue ball. Well, played it with good pace. Didn't go in the centre of the pocket. But it's in, and 7-4 it is. And it all came from a really nice break. Combo could have gone wrong, but didn't. Did go wrong from the 8 to the 9, though. A little bit of a shaky one. Banked it off 2 rails. Looking very colourful in the corner there, isn't he, Conrad? In his red and black shirt. And his orange cues. BK Russian Revo. There's Alex Kazakis in the background there. He'll be up next, remember, guys. One again, which is making, wow, very, very regularly, isn't he? Mr. Fogel focused. He's looking at playing a carom here. Or is he looking at cutting it in and just drawing off? of the 7. Yeah, that was the plan. Oh, don't tell me that goes between the 5 and the 6. Surely not. Well, he is the bird man, but what type of bird is he? Has he got the eagle eye? Once again, plays a very good combo. 6 ball again. Oh, this is the last shot that could go wrong. He had a little bit of a wobbly start, but he's regrouped and come back stronger and stronger. And Conrad's position in his chair is on the end of, well, what a lot of players have been on the end of just recently. Full of confidence, absolutely brimming with confidence, this young man. It's all too easy for him at the moment. It's no disrespect to Conrad. He just can't do anything about it. It's going to be a break and run yet again, and it will put Felix Vogel on the hill. Nice shot there, followed by a great combo once again. Position from the 5 to the 7 was immaculate. Terrific cue ball from the German. So 2 breaks to come. Do or die now for Conrad. Cannot afford to miss, basically. He's okay. He's nicely on the 2. Can go low right on the cue ball here. Draw in and out the corner. Oh, don't overdo it though. Should hold up okay. Well, once again, that's 6 and 7. Just a little bit awkward. Nicely drawn to the short side, so a break and run of his own. He's on the cards here. He's kind of loosened up now, hasn't he? Just letting the cue go. He knows he's at the point of no return. This is a winner's side match, so there will be another chance for whoever finishes second. Unfortunately, I think the damage, though, has already been done. He's had his chances. Nice break and run though. But at the moment, he's not in pole position. He's second on the grid. So grabs the BK rush. Looks like he's in a rush as well. Yeah, he's okay. Not making the one, but did make a ball. Plenty of balls past the headstring as well. One ball does pass into the corner, so it's another chance for a break and run. That's all he can do, really. Make the most of his opportunities when he gets them and just hope that Felix breaks down. Not breaks and runs out, because he will have 2 chances at the win, Felix. If you just tuned into this and you didn't see the score, you wouldn't believe there was a 3-rack gap. Look at him. He's in a hurry. Another break and run. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a bit of interruption in the crowd or something, maybe. In it goes. 8-6 it is. But now Felix with 2 opportunities to close this match out. Consistently, that one ball has been going into the side. He's always got such a smile on his face, hasn't he? And all credit to Conrad as well. He sees the amusing side of it as well. Perhaps they were just talking about, yet again, he's made the one ball with monotonous regularity. Five ball does pass the 9. So this is the key shot. Well, I didn't really get into the cue ball. Bit more angle on this 4 ball than maybe he wanted. Well, it would be kind of fitting if the last 3 racks were all break and runs, because it's been that kind of match. It's been quite a high standard, to be honest. Both players have played very, very well. It's just the odd mistake here and there. Oh, look at this. It's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. Now, you may remember a similar jump he had to this down the other end of the table. Caught the 9 ball on that occasion. Now, does he go, or can he go rail first? I'm not sure he can make it. Maybe trying to draw the cue ball off of the 6, in behind the 7. The chance goes begging. There haven't been too many positional errors from Felix. Yeah, kind of had a free shot there, didn't he? Pretty close as well. Oh, Felix Vogel. That's just a crazy shot. That just shows how confident he is at the moment. What a shot he's played there. What can you do against that? Not very much. Wow, would you believe it? He never looked comfortable on that, did he? I think he was afraid of the scratch in the side. Although the scratch didn't look on to me. Well, we've seen some crazy turnarounds in matches. I did mention 7-4 yesterday. Torsten Holman led Daniel Guttenberger and ended up losing heel. It's now 8-7. It will be Felix to break. But now, just a little bit of pressure on the teenager. It kind of all went wrong. Position to the 6 initially, but then played an absolutely unbelievable 6. And then not so good shot on the 7, left him a little bit more angle than he'd wanted on the 8, ended up missing it, and Conrad with the last 2 balls to save 1 match point. So Felix has got to do it all over again now. What an amazing game Paul is. It never ceases to amaze. We have a saying in the UK after the Lord Mayor's show, and it's that shot that you have to play after you've just played an amazing one. And look at this. No 1 ball. He has made a ball though, and the 1 sits up over the corner. And now 100% focus on running this out. He won't want Conrad coming back to the table. No, I didn't want to catch the 4. Oh, he's got away with it still. Will that man get back to the table? I wonder. It was very, very close at the beginning, and then Felix managed to open up a 2-rack lead at 5-3. Oh, look at the cue ball. Well, he was getting ready to take the cue ball out of the pocket. Good job he got his hand out the way. As soon as that hit the 7, I thought it was in. Oh, he's landed on it in the side pocket. Got away with that. Kind of went wrong on the position from the 1 to the 2. Got an unwanted kiss. Didn't finish ideal on the 2. That young man just thinking about maybe having to fight through the 1 lost side. Going via the scenic route. Sanchez Ruiz on the hill against Alexa Pachel at 8-5. Jonas Salto, his fellow Spaniard, on the 7-4 now ahead against Jaroslav Polak Jr. Can Felix finally finish this off? Well, he's slightly wrong on the 7, can play it into the left-hand side of the pocket, just draw back a little bit. Oh, he's going around 2 rails. And now surely it looked like it might be a little bit easier earlier on. And this time, he's not going to miss. This 9 ball for a 9-7 victory for the young Bilal Beckman, men's open champion. The handshake comes, the nod of approval from Conrad Musician. Thank you so much for your company, guys. The action continues. We will be back very, very shortly with our next match. Keep it here on Pro Billiard TV. I'm Mark White. Thank you so much for your company. Bye for now.
here in Sankt Johann in Pongau at the Alpina Alpendorf Hotel. And we've got a nice, juicy matchup again for you, as we have from Poland, Viktor Fortuński taking on one of the best players on this globe, Joshua Filler from Germany. And it will be interesting to see if the young man from Poland can pose a threat for this German machine. It's a race to 9. We're playing 9 ball. 9 on the spot. 3-point rule is in effect. And he does make a ball on the break. And 2 balls passing the kitchen line. So that means the opening chance is great for Filler. The 3 does go in the middle. I think the 4 might go in the middle too. If that's the case, that would mean this is a very, very good opportunity. Five in the bottom right. 7, 8, 9. It's nice to connect the dots. My name is Tim de Ruiter. I'm going to try and guide you through this match. This will be a highly paced match, so things can go real fast. So don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes on the screen and enjoy. Yeah, things were a little bit tricky with the 3, 4, 5. But the second that 4 ball dropped, he knew this was supposed to be a run out. So the opening rack going to Joshua Filler. Does have another break coming. So it's looking to make the 2 in the bottom right. The 1 ball into the left middle. Cue ball near the center of the table, 1 rail. Yeah, then again, he makes the wing ball. The 1 ball gets pushed over the corner, did hang up. And that might be a great start for Joshua Filler. Just has to work out to get on the proper side of the 5. It's all about the pace. Yeah, as you can see, it's nicely on the 5 ball with an angle going to the right, which is nicer than having to the left towards the 8 and the 9. Can stay away from the traffic. Now can draw back for the 6 in the middle. Could choose to play the 7 in the bottom left. Could also go to the short side of the 7, but he's slightly short. The place slightly shorter on this 8 ball. Still, it should be okay, but it's always nice to stay close to your work. Might have to just drop this in and take a 50-yard line 9 ball. And that means he starts off the match with 2 breaker runs. As I said, it's alternate breaking per 2 racks. So it's for Tunski's time to rise and shine. Breaking from the same side. Does see Feller's break has been successful. Does make the wing ball 3 and the 7 into the kitchen, so enough points. Difficult starter on this 2 ball. There's a 2-8 combination. I feel like you have to take it on with the 3 ball over the corner. Would give you a great chance to go. Okay, nicely done. Took a bit more time there. So now it's all about the build-up to give yourself the proper position from the 6 to the 7 up table. Two rails, could play for the 5 in the top left corner, could also play for the middle, but I think it's too easy to fall in a wrong line on that. Did he put himself straight? Yeah, it's taking a lot of time right now. But I think overall, if he starts to feel the cue ball, settle the nerves, I think he'll be more speedy around the table. A little bit of a shot checked up. Needs to draw straight up table. And he does dig in the cue ball enough. So great start for both players. 3 out of 3 break runs. What a start. 2 from Filler. 1 for Fortunsky. We'll come up with the second of the 2 breaks. The Pole. Looking to tie the score at 2 and send a message out to Filler. Yeah, this is much more like it. 1 and a 2 in the corner. Good cue ball, but not much on this 3 ball. So we're going to see our first safety for this match. Oh, he's lost the cue ball. He's left a shot on the 3, and if you look at his layout, make 1 long shot on the 3 ball, kill the cue ball to the center of the table. And that might be an early important steal for Joshua. Yeah, I gotta say, must feel fortunate to get the opportunity returned to him. To rail shape towards the 7 ball. I mean, you could say almost impossible to fall out of line if you go 2 rails on this. Well, it looks like he's playing draw, must be straighter than we could see. A little bit of a stroke needed at least. Yeah, so 1 mistake from Joshua, and that means we're now 2 each. So rack number 5. Filler to break the next 2. Still a long way to go in this race to 9. Yeah, this way it's starting to become a bit of a run-out fest. Both players breaking well. A bit straight on this 2-ball. But indeed, the cut on the 4 plays nicely to play the 5 in the same corner. Slightly further. Does have to run the cue ball now 2 rails. Possibly for the 9 in the... or the 8 ball, excuse me, in the top left. No, it might be even going around the 8 ball 3 rails. Just to let the stroke out. And another breaker run. Filler now on 3 out of 3. Leading 3-2. And another one coming. Very high standard from both players. Yeah, no wing ball this time. Does the 5 ball come in between? Yeah, looks like this 2 ball might still be on. I think it does. Might have to play for the bottom side of the 3 indeed. Use right spin on the 2. Pushes the 2 ball over to the corner more. Yeah, just depending on what he gets on the 3 ball. Has to work to get on the 4. This one is a little bit more tricky. Yeah, we'll have to draw back very close near the 6. It's good pace. Yeah, nice stun draw. Bit of an in-between shot. He's not happy. I think he might still be able to draw around the 7. Don't think he can actually draw before the 7. That's what he's tried. So we're gonna see some of that shot making from him. does he land? Probably he told himself, make the shot, I'll take whatever. Well, I'll take this as whatever. Could play the 7 in the top left, doesn't have to do much more with this 6 ball. Another breaker run from Filler. This is starting to be ridiculous. I mean, ridiculously high standard, of course. Because this is now 4 out of 4 breaker runs from Joshua Filler. You gotta give credits too for this young man at the table, Viktor Fortunsky. It's not like he gets a lot more breathing space. He had to play safe once. He still won that rack, so he won 2 out of 2 on his own. But his opponent is just breaking so well. It's tough to keep up. Oh, needs a ball, needs something to go. Hasn't. And now is Joshua able to get on something on this 2 ball? Is the 2 ball close to the 9? Doesn't it? Does it go to the bottom left or the bottom right? So it means he's gonna play safe. You're not gonna see this often. Joshua turning down the offense, but just couldn't find a way to get on something on the 2. He's played a really good save. This is already a very difficult jump. But you might only have a jump. I don't think he can get to the top short rail. He won't be able to get over the right long rail. So he's looking at kicking this over the left, a bit of a blind one. Good contact. Yeah, could bank the 1 ball to the bottom of the table under the 2 and the 9. No, again. try to get more cover and taking the jump out. Of course, pushing the one ball near the middle of the table creates more difficulties. Tougher to get to, tougher to kick at. Yeah, again, the cover 7 and the 5 in between just makes things so difficult for Fortuński, and slowly that 2 ball starting to open up. Now, a shot on the 1, does he give any angle? And does the 2 ball go to the bottom right? I think it does, and the 3 ball blocked by the 8. So some difficulties. Well, he's landed absolutely perfect. Good draw back for a 3-8 combination. So he can put himself very close by it. Yeah, turning down the offense again, had the wrong angle on the 3 ball. This time we're gonna see the jump cue out, but this the 3 go by the 8. Yeah, and look at this result. Of course, Joshua couldn't get the double hook to take the jump cue away. And imagine, this is Fortuński's rack. Fortuński really has to battle it out. Sending that 3-ball towards the traffic. And again, look at this. Full in the face contact. It's got the cover. It's completely returning the favor over. And well, now we will have to get a 2-rail escape, sending the 3-ball under the 9. Cue ball does run into the 7, so the odds are not bad if you can catch the 3-ball full. Well, not exactly like he intended to, but what a safety battle this has turned into. Well, pulled one out of the head there. Beautiful jump. At least gives himself a chance now to play another safety. Yeah, what a shot he's played there. Perfect under the 9. What a trap. And with ball in hand, this now up for grabs to take the break. Yeah, flying around the table. Yeah, that makes it 5-2. Of course, Fortunsky does have another break, but the best he could do now on his break is make it 5-3. And that means Joshua from this point can just focus on, okay, I'll have 2 breaks coming up soon to make a big difference. Now, the other table, as you can see, table 2, another great match. Alex Kazakis facing Viktor Zielinski. Current score 4-2. Yeah, of course, we had the Pro Billiard Series event here. Billiard Beckman Open, the Biliares Carino Women's Open, and the mixed doubles, the Predator mixed doubles. So a lot of champions, a lot of top players have decided to stay to have a crack at the 7,500 euros first prize in the EUROTOUR. So the level of play will be very high. A lot of top players. A little bit unlucky, I think, for Victor. Not having the 2-ball by the 5, or at least that's how it appeared to me. If it goes, a great break, and what a chance. But really, he might only have a piece of the corner. Yeah, he's really overthinking. If it does go, he should be going to shoot. He should be already down and swinging. The longer he looks at this, and also the shot clock running to the end. Yeah, might be able to bank the 2-ball 3 rails out and play it safe. You don't have to go if you're not sure. Well, a wild 9. At least he's got a second prize behind the 4, so things could be way worse. Yeah, tough hit. And this is also the beauty in 9-ball. There's not so much traffic, so it's not easy to get the cover. And if you do not get the cover, look at what he's given to Fortunsky. Now, as I said, Joshua shouldn't be too disappointed, because he does have the next 2 breaks to make a bigger gap. Oh, doesn't want to be putting himself over the 7. I think it's just okay. Gotta be careful though. As you can see, awkward queuing over the 7. Yeah, and he's missed that 4 and sloppy positional shot. And that could be a really big difference in this match. Of course, we're only going to find out near the end, but 5-3 is no problem at all. 5-3 is okay because you have 2 breaks back and forth. But now 6-2 in the making and Joshua breaking the next 2. Slightly short. So wrap the cue ball 2 rails around the 7. Back to the center. A little bit of left spin needed. Okay, and this now 6-2. Nice follow with a hint of left from the 8 to the 9. And now Joshua Filler 6-2. Does have 2 breaks, as you can see. Viktor Fortunsky taking the glove off. He'll be taking a timeout. Trying to maybe get Joshua Filler cold. But tough task to do now at table 2. 4-3. Kazakh is at the table. Great match. Of course, we have 3 streams at the moment on the Pro Billiard TV. We also have table 3 going on. Juan Carlos Exposito, European champion, is tied at 2 with Roberto Bartol. Not sure if that's actually true. I might have to refresh. That might be a good idea. (6-5). Juan Carlos leading 6-5 over Roberto Bartol on table 3, which is also able to be seen on Pro Billiard TV. And I mentioned there's a lot of top players in this event just because, well, not just because of the Pro Billiard series beforehand, but it does help the event quite a lot. If you look at, for example, Tobias Bongers, Dennis Grabe, Carl Gnadeberg, Joshua Filler, Mieszko Fortunski, a lot of Polish as always. Dominik Jastrap, who got to the final in the Netherlands earlier in the EuroTour season. Roman Hiebler, Emil Gangflut, Konrad Jasishin, FSR, Jonas Suto. I mean, I can go on, like Daniel Maschel, Albin Ushan. So there's a lot of top players. Ralph Souquet is in the building. So I'm always looking forward to see who is going to reach the final 32. That's already quite the achievement with how many solid good players there are in the EuroTour circuit. And as you can see, Viktor Fortunski is back from his timeout. Is it going to make a difference? Filler, you would say, perfect on his own breaks. And so far just unstoppable. Maybe this time the run out very difficult. The 2 and the 3 ball. Does go to the bottom right, the 3 ball, but will have to leave himself long. Yeah, he's looking to draw. I'm not sure if he can hold it. Might have to just play top spin and skim off the top side of the 9 and slide over to the left. I kinda like that. But most of the players looking to play a stroke. That's a little bit more solid. To baby this ball in and to go off the 9. Not as much follow through, not as much action on the arm. Oh, did catch that a little thicker. Yeah, he is not happy about how he got off the long rail, but he did catch the 3 ball thicker. So he cheated the pocket. Is he going for the bank or is he playing the safe behind the 9? Safe behind the 9, and he is putting Victor in a lot of trouble just over and over. So the 2 rail escape is coming. I think this should get close, but how much spin do you use? I would say just a little bit. But it makes it very sensitive because, as you can see, just half a tip more spin and he could have made it, for example. the other side, the 6 ball now in a more difficult position to get shape on. So maybe a second chance to the table for Victor. And that also means a back and forth shape on the 6. Won't be able to hold the cue ball, so let's see. Is he just going twice a short rail, or are we gonna see more magic? Yeah, back and forth. And as you can see, when it leaves, it creates an arc on the cue ball. Always gets a little bit of running. So to straighten the line, he did play that with a little bit of right spin to check the angle. Yeah, and that means no break and run this time, but played one effective save and 7-2. Has been crazy. The previous 2 rounds I got to do, they were all big score lines, but I think with more of a difference between skill level between the 2 players. In this match, we've seen Victor Fortunski already show up with good results. So I was just hoping to see this being a close match. Who knows, maybe a little comeback in the making. That would be nice. But for now, filler again. Look at this. 2 balls in. Perfect cue ball. Shape on the 2. I mean, it just does not stop at the moment. I mean, this is just something else. Hopefully everybody at home gets to witness this. Barely have seen any mistake. We've seen him miss 1 ball, but that was on Fortunski's break. Yeah, it's running to the wrong side of the ball now a couple times. But then again, the pace on this, just this pace. You're crossing the positional area, but doesn't matter. Again, you'll be crossing the positional area going into the long rail and out. But he knows almost everything is okay. And then by clearing up this rack, he's going to put himself on the hill. And I think all the hopes will be destroyed for Fortunski. He does have 2 more breaks to come. But he also knows the best thing he can do is 8-4. And then with filler, just... I mean, he's been breaking so well. 2 balls in most of the time. In the beginning, he got a couple nudges where the positional side of the break got better, but just overall too dominant in this match, Joshua Filler. Well, at least it's a great break. Almost making the 9 in the middle. 3 balls in, so the kitchen line, the 3-point rule doesn't even matter anymore at this point. Just one good positional shot from 2 to the 3. And I did mention earlier on that he had missed one chance. And really, that one missed ball he missed early kinda let Filler go. I mean, Filler was already playing good from the beginning, but when Victor didn't clear up, that's where Filler made a big difference. So a low right, back to the middle of the table. Well, at least A2. Yeah, it does get another break. 8-4 is possible. But if you do count, that means Filler will need 2 dry breaks or 2 mistakes to put Fortuynski on 8-6. Then he needs 2 breaker runs or 2 wins on his own rack to make it 8-8. And then Filler does have another break on Hill possibly. So needs to play perfect. Needs 3 mistakes from Filler. And does a 7-ball reach? I don't think it might. Yeah, makes a ball, but as you can see, the center of the 7-ball needs to pass the line to be able to complete the 3-point rule. Well, at least it gets back to the table. The shape, not easy also for Filler. So Fortuynski should be at least a little bit hyped to get back to the table. Could play the cue ball above the 5. The 2 ball under the 4-6-9. 2 rails. He did go very aggressive on the bank. And not just that, he could have had a bit of luck behind the 4-6-9, but the 2 was on. Yeah, 3-point break rule. It's a combination of make a ball on the break and 2 balls passing the kitchen, or make 2 balls on the break and 1 ball passing the kitchen line. If you make 3 balls on the break, you don't need any to pass the line. Because otherwise in this format we would see too many soft breaks and also really easy layouts. It could be the same thing over and over. It has been like this for many years, and you can see the players that break the balls well, they seem to barely have any illegal breaks too. So there definitely are tricks out there to avoid the 3-point rule. In the meantime, Joshua Filler with 3 balls at the table. As I mentioned, we still have plenty more action to come from Austria. Make sure to stay tuned on our Pro Billiard TV and also on all the socials at Pro Billiard Series. Next match will be at 5 p.m. So hopefully we can welcome you back then. But for now, it's Joshua Filler advancing through to the winner's qualification. Fortunski will have to go the long route through the one last side. This has been Tim de Ruiter. Thank you for tuning in at Pro Billiard TV. And hopefully we will see you back at 5 p.m.